Everything that scares me is religion. Why refusing to understand what religion is can make you write embarrassing essays and even books claiming things that aren't religions are religions. Content note, this talk will include some slight ableist slurs. Here's a secret. Within academic studies of religion, there is and probably always will be disagreement on the definition of it. I think we can have at least working definitions of religion, as in we can define what we mean by it for the purpose of illustrating some facet of it to understand it as a whole better. I got my PhD in Cog Sci of Religion in 2009, but before that I studied theories of religion that are substantive, functional, etc., and made me realize that the various takes on religion I'd heard from atheists were in fact true, but on a partial level. But atheists are also familiar with the accusation that atheism itself is a religion. This is not using a working definition of religion to understand it better. This is a classification of something as religious in order to minimize it. John McWhorter has made his entire thing lately about saying that anti-racism is a religion. He's also an atheist, and he admits that he doesn't like religion and hasn't studied it. He flirts with ableism by considering whether the so-called elect might be crazy, but then he abandons that because apparently there's no satisfaction in branding it as a mental illness, because that doesn't allow you to write an entire book on how a cultural movement fits the definition of something you admit you don't know anything about. He thinks he's saying something insightful here, but he's literally just describing faith, making the same call something faith to discredit it argument, only he's making the argument as an atheist because he thinks that's somehow different. He attempts to articulate other features of anti-racism that correspond to religion, trying to desperately shoehorn features that typify every movement for social progress into his pedestrian Sunday school understanding of Christian concepts and how they work. That's not what he thinks he's doing, of course. He thinks he's found the linchpin of anti-racism, and that linchpin is having beliefs that he, John McWhorter, finds logically incoherent. This man is an associate professor who teaches linguistics at Columbia, who uses the terms elect, woke, and third wave anti-racism interchangeably, and thinks that a movement with beliefs that don't make sense to him must be accepting them on faith, and by virtue of that must be a religion. Refusing to understand a belief to create a distinction between yourself and that thing is a denial of empathy. And it's a step beyond that to pretend that you do understand and you're an authority on the subject, to use it to speak over and above the words of the people that you're describing. And that turns out to be a damn good way to capitalize on existing moral panic by devoting yourself into calling whatever scares you a religion.
We don't like what we don't understand. In fact, it scares us, and this monster is mysterious at least.
Greetings! As a leading Minnesotologist, I'm happy to guide you through the world of Minnesota's native cryptids, or creatures whose existence has yet to be definitively proven or disproven by science. Here in Minnesota, the North Star of the Union, we actually have no cryptids. No supernatural beasts, known, unknown, or unknowable, would dare to cross into our borders because we are protected by the immortal and giant lumberjack Paul Bunyan, as well as his giant blue ox, Babe. Most Minnesotans have seen Paul at least once, although his height does vary between 7 feet tall and 63 axe handles high, which is about 95 feet tall, give or take the axe. When I last saw him, he was 31 feet tall. His size, of course, is completely natural, just the result of good genes and good Minnesota breakfasts. Nothing mythical. Although when I last saw him with Babe, Paul was about 18 feet tall and Babe was about 10 feet tall. Paul must slouch sometimes. He is a giant after all. Let's give him a break. And yes, Babe is baby blue in color, which is, of course, because Babe was found abandoned in the cold snow, and then the cyanosis' bluing effect was permanent. Just like Paul's giant size, it is a completely natural effect, and not at all cryptid in nature. Paul's efforts to keep cryptids in check and out of our state are well documented throughout the historical record, including when he fought against the Mothman. As the Mothman was hiding in our forests, Paul Bunyan chased him out, chopping down patch after patch of forest to keep him moving, until the Mothman made his way all the way back to his indigenous land of West Virginia. Unfortunately, in the Great Plains caused by this lumber harvest, a chupacabra was found drinking the blood of some of our native wildlife, which Paul had to evict from our state with his giant axe. Since the chupacabra was swift, it escaped without a wound, but Paul's aggressive chopping into the ground around the state caused many deep holes and crevasses, which added to our many lakes and rivers. And then, of course, in those waters, there was a Loch Ness monster that had found its way over. And then, after Paul took care of that, then there was a Jersey Devil. And okay, it's really a give a mouse a cookie a scenario for several decades or centuries. The historical record gets confusing. But Paul chased out all sorts of beasts, leaving only perfectly natural and scientific beings like bears and humans, cows, mosquitoes, loons, and giant blue oxen. Well, thank you for joining us. Join us next time when we will discuss why some people call hot dish casserole and which government agencies to report them to. The answer just might surprise you.
Howdy, I'm Ross Llewellyn. I'm here outside Atlanta, Georgia, at the site of something pretty scary. Behind me is the largest monument to the Confederacy there is, the relief sculpture in the side of Stone Mountain depicting 3 figures from the Civil War and their 3 horses, who were probably less racist. The first attempt at this scar on America and on the geological community was in the 1920s by a KKK friend who was so unpleasant that he was fired soon after. He continued his pattern of carving away at native land in South Dakota with Mount Rushmore. After a few delays, world wars, and notably some pesky civil rights victories, the Georgia government was very interested in finishing this important and oppressive work, so they bought this whole place. Then, in the ancient times of the late 60s and early 70s, it was done. A tribute to white supremacy, venerating long dead figures from a lost cause and lost war just over a century after the defeat. But Ross, you aren't asking, what's so scary about white supremacy? Well, besides the persistent inequities perpetuated by racist bigotry, both overt and subtle, that, for example, provokes violence towards people of color, reduces their political power and education prospects, stifles their generational wealth, pushes them away from wherever white people want to be, and marginalizes their voices, besides the fact that this carving is a product of and a maintainer of a spirit of white exceptionalism, I've got a personal reason it's scary. It's because I can imagine myself fitting right into that relief, wrapping myself up in these towering figures of great accomplishment, never mind that they were losers. I see how easy it is to get lost in a cause so vague enough to be about heritage and courage, but specific enough to chase down runner Ahmaud Arbery on the coast. I know how satisfying a notion of superiority can feel until it kills Rayshard Brooks at a Wendy's over by the zoo. This place and this narrative pulls people. They rally here. They're attracted to it like a Junji Ito horror story. There are visions of a future where this is slowly covered in green vines and foliage, where the flags are less evocative of a fight to own half of the park's visitors. The chairman of the group that controls the park's direction is, as of April and for the first time ever, black. But change is so slow, and so until then, more like work of fart, am I right?
There's no such thing as cancel culture. What does exist is celebrity culture, in which we're encouraged to lionize anyone who catches and holds our attention. Alongside celebrity culture, as a consequence of celebrity culture, there are an awful lot of disappointed people. They did what they were encouraged to do. They took the people who caught their eyes and put them up on a pedestal or platform where they could see them better. Then some of those people didn't stand up to the scrutiny. Some of them used their platforms for ugly or even abusive things. Some of them forgot why they caught people's attention to begin with, and thought being elevated validated every silly, venial, and prejudiced thought in their heads. People weren't just disappointed. They were angry over being disappointed. They'd held up their end of celebrity culture. Their celebrities hadn't. That's all cancel culture really is. People who are disaffected and distrustful of celebrity culture. It's an inevitable piece of internet culture and widening celebrity. But we have a new problem. Once upon a time, when we saw a celebrity we enjoyed trending on social media, we were afraid they'd died. These days, we dread finding out what they've done. Some of us have even become afraid to love pieces of art, athletic and intellectual feats, even moments of absurdity, because we don't want to experience their creators being a crashing disappointment. Perhaps even more of us are afraid to look squarely at the behavior of those creators. I'm here to urge you not to do that. Don't give up on loving these things. Give up on celebrity culture instead. We know that when we fall in love with a person, it's unwise to rearrange our whole lives around them. So, love these feats of humanity, but don't, for example, organize your behavior around a fictional personality test that tells you there are all of 4 types of people. We know there are no destined soulmates, and love doesn't require a great romance to be valuable. Make friends with art and everyday absurdities. Read and watch for comfort and for simple pleasure, as well as passion, and don't undervalue quiet love because it doesn't make you feel in all caps. We know the measure of a good relationship isn't whether it lasts forever. Treasure the words and weirdness that resonate with your life today, but don't mistake them for eternal or universal truths. Go ahead and love things. Love them shallowly, love them deeply. Love lots of them, love them temporarily, love them differently over time. Just don't raise them up to rule over you.
Good morning, honorable members. The member for Burquitlam will lead us in prayer this morning.
Think there's separation of religion and government in British Columbia, Canada? Think again.
Thank you, Father God, for this day, for the beautiful province we live in. Glorious day out there.
This beautiful fountain, an 1890s Renaissance and Romanesque revival-style building, is hiding a dark secret.
Pray to God to keep us mindful of the special and unique opportunity we have to work for our constituents in our province. And we thank the people of Canada for the shipbuilding contract. Amen.
In this building, a diverse group of elected officials gather to pass legislation that will impact the lives of a multicultural province comprising the religious and the irreligious, believers and non-believers.
We give thanks for the bounty of our province, our people, our land, our beef, and our resources.
Yet every daily session of this Canadian provincial legislature begins with prayer!
Good morning, honorable members. The member for Malahat Juan de Fuca will lead us in prayer this morning.
As we commence proceedings today in this
assembly,
we ask for
divine guidance so that our
words and deeds
may bring
to all people
This great
province
hope
prosperity
and a vision for the future.
May the
Deliberations
in this
chamber
be characterized
by temperance,
understanding and reason
to the end that
we may better
serve
those
who have made
the members of this
house guardians of
and trustees for all the citizens of British Columbia. Amen.
Think everyone is welcome in the BC legislature? Think again.
Member for Delta South will lead us in prayer.
focus on who you are rather than who you are not. Focus on what you have rather than what you lack. Focus on what you know rather than what you doubt. Focus on the evidence of God's presence rather than the apparent evidence of his absence. Focus on health rather than pain. Focus on your abilities rather than your limitations. Focus on the future rather than the past. Focus on God as the source of life rather than random circumstance. Amen.
Hey there, Skeptifriends! Here at Skepticon 13, we're talking about spooky and scary stuff. My scary topic is taxes. My name is Rebecca, I'm a CPA in California, and I'm actually hoping to reduce the fear of taxes for those of you in the US. The best piece of advice I can give you is get a tax preparer. Taxes are hard, and the laws are changing all the time. Using the same tax preparer year after year can be incredibly helpful in reducing your tax liability and making sure everything is done correctly. Let's put it this way, I'm an accountant. I have done taxes for years as part of my services to my clients, but I hire a tax preparer for my personal taxes. Not all states require someone to have a license or even training to prepare taxes, so be careful when choosing someone. I recommend that they have letters behind their name, either CPA or EA. CPAs tend to be more expensive and don't always specialize in taxes, so choose one carefully. EA stands for Enrolled Agent. They are licensed by the IRS and specialize in tax preparation. You can find one in your area through the National Association of Enrolled Agents. The best time to get a tax preparer is actually now. May through November are calmer times for tax offices, so you can interview a few to find someone you like. Audits are a big fear for taxpayers, but in reality, they just don't happen all that often. If your taxable income is between $1,000 and $500,000, your chances of being audited are only around 0.5%. And most audits are simple. The IRS sends a letter requesting more information, you send that information back to them, and the audit is over. Full audits involving every line of your tax return and lots of paperwork are a small portion of the audits the IRS conducts, and while they can be randomly assigned, they usually involve suspected fraud. Now, there are a few areas that put you at a higher risk of getting a letter from the IRS. If you claim the Earned Income Tax Credit or the Child Tax Credit or file of head of household, you are more likely to receive a letter asking you for proof that you qualify for those programs or status. As long as you are legitimately claiming them, you have little to worry about. Just answer the letter and it should be over. Also, there's a higher chance of getting a letter if you file a Schedule C because you're self-employed. Some quick advice for everyone. Report all your income, even if the payee doesn't give you a Form 1099. Report only defendable deductions. Don't try to be sneaky, it's not worth it. Read all the mail that the IRS or your state sends you and respond to them in a timely manner. Whatever they have to say probably isn't as bad as you think it is. Finally, know what is being reported on your tax returns. You sign a penalty of perjury statement that makes you responsible for everything reported, not your preparer. Make sure they're not double deducting or making stuff up or just making a mistake. If you don't understand something, ask. Because if the IRS finds out that fraud was committed, they can go back as far as they want and audit all your returns. And that's when taxes get really scary.
In Portland, Oregon, in 1981, several mysterious, unappealing-looking cabinets showed up in arcades, and despite their blandness, drew crowds of kids. These machines were regularly visited by men in black, who looked at some debug statistics menus, took some notes, but never took any of the money collected. The gamers' behaviors changed drastically, losing their memories, becoming unable to experience sadness, entering a hypnotically suggestible fugue state, and some even dropping dead. Rumors began circulating that this was all a U.S. governmental mind control experiment. Then, as mysteriously as they had all appeared, these machines vanished. That game was called Polybius. In about early 2000, an entry showed up on coinop.org for Polybius, supposedly a Tempest-like arcade game that caused memory loss among people who played it. It was, according to the one screenshot of the title screen included in the entry, created by a company called Sinislotion Inc. However, this urban legend is likely completely fabricated from whole cloth, and some evidence exists that it was invented to boost coinop.org's traffic. Though some folks recall the legend being discussed prior in early Usenet days, the very appearance of this legend on the internet is that entry on coinop.org. When I asked a German-speaking friend about the company name, they replied, "I don't know what word you're trying to create. It's mangled German, likely from the individual words for senses and delete." A possible origin for some aspects of the story is the 1983 vector-based game Cube Quest, which used a laserdisc and boasted the first real-time 3D polygon graphics technology, and because laserdisc tech was touchy and prone to breakage, regularly had maintenance folks tinkering with it. Additionally, an 18-year-old famously died of a heart attack after a marathon gaming session of Berserk in 1982. Of course, it being an urban legend, Polybius has shown up in popular culture a number of times, including a cameo in The Simpsons where Bart passes it by for the far superior game Triangle Wars, a blink and you'll miss it appearance on the periphery in a scene in Wreck-It Ralph, and an appearance in Kid Loki's bunker at the void of the end of time, where all things go when they are pruned. This leads me to an alternate theory. Disney's purchases of Fox and Marvel may be covering up something much, much more sinister. We're all being brainwashed by the mouse! Since 2007, 3 games named Polybius have been created for PC, Atari 2600, and 8th Gen game systems. Please don't look them up if you're photosensitive. Visit me elsewhere on the internet if you ever want an expanded info dump. immediately. I am preparing to start streaming presently. And we can let people come in as they come in. And we appear to be being live streamed.
We are live?
We are live.
My goodness.
Is it time for you to be an MC, Lauren?
Good evening, ghoulies, spookies, scaries, skeletons, and everything in between. Welcome to Skepticon the 13th. It's Spooky Story Hour with us, your team here at Skepticon HQ, or like half of us. There are many more people in the background, not like physically now, but like, you know, in a general sense, who help with Skepticon. And yeah, let's talk about it, kids. I want to hear, first things first, this is my question to everyone else in the Zoom chat. I want to hear your Skepticon origin story, how you became involved. Feel free to fight over who goes first.
I'll go first.
Great.
So James and I used to go to the Amazing Meeting in Vegas, and we decided that we didn't like some of the things that were going on, and we wanted to find a new con, and we had heard of Skepticon, and so we went to Skepticon 6. And somewhere beforehand, I had been reading on the blogs that there was, some like work on getting the 501c3 tax exemption. But like there was never any follow through on that. So we went to Skepticon 6 and we loved it. We had a great time. And at the end, I went up to the registration table and it was Red Becca, who I didn't know at the time. And I just said, hey, what's going on with this? It's got this, tax exemption thing. And she was like, LOL, we are art majors. We don't do paperwork. And I said, well, I'm a CPA and I do paperwork, specifically IRS paperwork. So maybe I can help you out. And so I did the IRS paperwork, and then I got asked to be treasurer, and then I planned the first Skeptiprom and every Skeptiprom thereafter, and now I do lots of other things, and there I am. So one little set of paperwork, and I just got sucked right in. And when I get sucked into things, then James gets sucked into them. So he's just my faithful companion. And he loves Skepticon as much as I do. So
James, do you want to jump in and speak for yourself at any moment, or you just want to?
He's sitting right there. So
yeah, we're nearby, and really that's all it is, that Rebecca and I came together, and we were just so love.
James, you're really quiet. I can barely hear you.
So
welcome to my world.
Yeah, well, that's it. I'm fairly quiet. I don't know what else. I am unmuted, so you're fine. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, I just love Skepticon, and I think it's the greatest con, and we'll just love to be back in person when we can.
And James has been our he's done some of the heavy hitting, deep digging kind of person. For the last few years, he did all the research when we were looking for a new venue in St. Louis, and that was a big job. And he did all of the legal document reading when we were being sued, which was thousands of pages of legal documents. So, he's not on the board. He doesn't have an officership, but he has definitely done a lot of work for Skepticon. Plus, he he's my right-hand man. So everything that I'm doing, like all the centerpieces for the prom and doing all the activities and stuff, he's right there doing whatever I need. You know, he makes the sign he's been making the sign for the last, I think since 7. Oh yeah. He's made every sign for every Skeptiprom. So there you go.
Heck yeah. All right, Lois, let's hear it. Your Skepticon origin story.
Okay, now I can talk. I've been going since Skepticon 3. I just kind of stumbled upon it online and went, that's the thing I need to do. Drove out to Springfield and got roped in. Started helping Susie Bott, volunteering. And then she so graciously volunteered me to be volunteer coordinator and been doing it ever since. I can't wait to go back to being in person so I could actually do some work, but it's a good thing I was off this year. But that's about it in a nutshell.
Great.
It's super nice to see you guys.
It's really great to see you too.
For all the frustration that, you know, an online convention is, it is nice to see your faces.
Thank you, Jason. Do you want to tell us your origin story?
Your weird, mushy faces. No, wait. What origin story could I possibly make up that is more amazing than what other people have already said? The first one that I showed up to see was Skepticon 5, I think. I saw 5 and 6 and really only got involved around 7 and just started slowly snowballing, accumulating various duties every year. I get a new duty.
Just say duty one more time.
Duty.
Duty.
This is my deal with it glasses. Hey, we don't have it pinned on somebody, do we? Hang on. I think I might have it pinned on you.
On me?
Yeah.
Well,
replace pin.
I did put on lipstick for this exact moment. My good.
And your lipstick does look amazing. I brushed my hair.
So did I.
Amazing. All right, I guess I'll talk about my origin story. I am the founder of Skepticon. We started it, a bunch of very young, very naive, slightly, I want to say idiotic, but no, we kind of knew what we were doing, but also kind of didn't. Students at the Missouri State University Church of Flying Spaghetti Monster chapter. We just happened to start a group because we wanted to have school money to spend on bringing speakers to campus. And we brought speakers to campus and it was popular with people who weren't students. And so we were like, wow, I guess there's like something to this thing. And then we did it the next year and then we got more and more popular and it just kind of like spun wildly out of control from there. And here we are like 14, I guess 13, because we did skip a year as we moved to St. Louis. Years later, still doing it, still building a community and talking about science and dinosaurs and all kinds of fun stuff. So I guess my origin story is that I went to college. I do have 2 art degrees. I like to start shit with people who came to campus to tell us we were going to hell. And here we are, a fever dream later, Zoom calling.
And I'm writing to Joshua right now to let her know what we're doing about prom, which
great.
We stole
Jason,
prom.
We know what we're doing for prom and that we're winging it. All right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. I want to hear about people's favorite Skepticon moments. This is also just a question from me to everyone else in the chat. Favorite moments. I can start if you all want to take a minute. But I really enjoyed, every year I enjoy at prom getting in my inflatable dinosaur costume at like the right moment and just surprising everybody. every year. It's such a good time. It's very sweaty in the costume. Wow, is it sweaty? It's like a personal sauna, but a really fun personal sauna. And I love doing that. I mean, okay. Also, I like seeing everyone when we can be in person. I have met so many wonderful humans through Skepticon, many of which are on this call and many of which I have not seen in so long because we haven't been in person. But dinosaur costume and people are my faves.
I have such a strong connection to Skeptiprom. It has always been my favorite thing to have everybody walk in and see what we've done differently and to check out the centerpieces because James and I put a lot of time into them. And so it's fun to have everybody go around and look at them and see what we've done differently. What magic have we done with the sign that particular year? And so that's my self-bragging portion where it's like, oh, praise me for all the lovely things I've done. But I really love just all the people and how comfortable everybody is, how hard we work to make it so that people are comfortable with the different accommodations, the badges and the communication stickers and the all gender bathrooms, and just knowing that people can come and be who they are and not have to worry about getting criticized, unless of course you're a flaming conservative who wants to like shut us down and we all need to go to hell or whatever. Then I don't appreciate you, but I appreciate the attendees and how much fun they have and how comfortable they are in our environment.
Those people aren't making, it's not their nature to be flaming conservative douchebags. They're making a choice to do that. So, you can come and be who you are, but if who you are is generally being an asshole to other people, we might ask you to stop.
I will say that we've had slime pitters, if they're still around, if anyone remembers slime pitters, is that a throwback? Oh my God. We've had slime pitters show up to Skepticon and they were, I'm going to use the word meek. They didn't do a whole lot except hide behind their cell phones, and they were perfectly polite. And when we asked them to leave, they did. So the people who we had to look out for weren't that big of a deal. So
we were asking these people to leave for cause.
I will say they were violating policies that we have where you don't take pictures of people who wear red lanyards, because that means they don't want their pictures online having attended Skepticon for whatever reason.
Yeah, we've had very well behaved party crashers.
Shockingly so, totally unexpected.
Including the furry convention.
James, you're so quiet. I'm so sorry. I can barely hear what you're saying, bro.
He said, including the furry convention.
Oh, the furry convention was amazing. One year we had half the floor that was just it was a furry convention that was taking place on the same floor as us.
It was at the hotel next door. It was at the hotel next door when we were in Springfield. It was
okay.
I don't remember which Skepticon it was. I want to say it was 7 or 8, but it was, James says it was at 7. And yeah, there was a furry con at the hotel next door, and some of our people went over and were talking to them or something, or somehow or another we ended up with, a dozen furries.
Yeah, they sent a little delegation of folks through our artists alley and stuff. Through our
they were
various...
they were some of the kindest convention neighbors we had. I know that we used to be we've been next door to the gun show because it was Springfield, Missouri, and that's fun. And then we've been next door to it was Packing a Million Meals, something like that. We were next door to that once, and then I think Get in the Furries.
Condo timeshare once.
Oh yeah, we were not necessarily fighting for space, but we were waiting for the condo timeshare people to leave a space so that we could take it over. Those were some interesting elevator rides with people who were having conversations with those, the condo sellers. We were like, "Are you sure you want a timeshare? Have I got a convention for you?" Wow.
Well, and then there's all the times where it was like, well, we're getting off the topic of your question, but like one of the things that we should talk about are like, what are some of the fun things that happen before the con that nobody else knows about? Like,
what? Okay, well,
like losing half of our room availability the day.
No.
Like, no.
I don't want to. No, that's all the stuff behind the curtain, right? Like no one
Right,
wants to hear
okay.
about that, right? Where I'm just going bald at the ripe age of 25. Like, yeah.
But it always ends up so good. So anyway.
Just like suffice to say that running a convention is stressful work, and no matter how much you prepare or organize, things are going to happen. Things are going to go sideways. A speaker will not show up, whatever. And you just have to like figure it out. And through the magic of Skepticon and the people who attend who really want us to succeed, and then this team, we've been able to handle like lots of crazy stuff. Lots.
I can't think of any particular crises that stand out as horrifying to me, and we're not going to get into any of the lawsuit, etc. How many times have we gone to that well? As horrifying as it was. Let's not
We've
talk
talked
about the
about it
lawsuit.
before. I don't think there's much else to say except fuck the motherfucker and move on. All right. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Anyway. Lois, favorite moments?
Oh gosh, there's so many. My very first Skepticon, I got to sit next to the amazing Randy, and he did close-up magic for me, and that was just something that I will take to my grave with me. It was just amazing. Past that, it's just meeting everybody. I feel like I've become a mom to so many.
Aww. Aww.
Lois, you're gonna make us all cry.
Oh.
Wow.
I've been doing nothing but crying for the last month and a half, so don't mind me. It's what I'm doing these days. But I do love you guys. I love everybody that I've met along the way. They're all strung out from Portland to New York now, and at one point we're all going to get back together. It's going to be fantastic.
When there aren't so many humans passing plague around.
Someday we'll all have one big giant hug,
Yes.
consensual hug, and there's no escaping it. It's inevitable. Let's just go with like dooming optimism. Like, people, it's gonna happen. You're gonna see this face in person. We're gonna hug. It's gonna be great.
There's no escaping it. You're going to become part of the collective oneness of massive flesh, and it's just going to keep rolling through America, picking up new people as it goes.
All right, Jason, moving on to the questions
Murray.
we actually got from our lovely, beautiful audience. The first one wants to know about how we're feeling about the move to St. Louis, what we think about it. So whoever wants to jump in first on the move to St. Louis.
We really haven't had a chance to give it a fair shake, have we?
Yeah, I guess we had 1 year and then the pandemic happened, but I mean, just like off the bat, it's just easier to get to St. Louis. Accessibility was like increased tenfold. Yeah, so I don't know, it was just easier to get to, and that's been great. I will say there was a moment on Sunday night where I was like, oh, everyone left because they could, because it's convenient to leave, because the airport's like, it hurt my ego, because like on Sunday night is when I actually get to hang out with everybody because I'm not busy doing whatever. And I was like, everyone's gone. Turns out it's easy to trap all your friends in a town where the airport's really tiny.
It not only was it tiny, but the last flight out to anywhere was at like 3:30 in the afternoon. So if you wanted to stay for any length of time, you stayed till Monday. So we had epic parties, and now we're going to have to figure out how to get people to stay one more night anyway. Maybe we'll have a Monday morning something. No?
I don't know if I could handle like much more than a weekend. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's
I'm thinking like a brunch.
I will
I
say
love
that
brunch.
a lot of people sent in feedback that it was really great to be able to travel directly to St. Louis and not have to go, down back roads that have sketchy God, guns, and Bible flags up on their what is it, like the gas stations and stuff, making people afraid to get out of their cars at the gas stations. It's a lot better that they don't have to travel through hostile territory anymore to get to where we are. So that is advantageous for a lot of people.
And as far as organizing in St. Louis, it's, I would say, not any easier or harder than it was in Springfield, but I guess it is easier for me because I live here. And if we need something from the venue, I can just go there instead of sending a delegate and hoping that they have time and then making them take video and that kind of thing. So I guess all in all, it was a good move. I'm happy with it.
Our options are much greater in St. Louis. Just the number of hotels and convention centers and restaurants and bars and entertainment and stuff like that, and travel. I mean, when for Springfield, it was by car or by plane, and that was kind of it. Whereas the hotel that we were using, it was, there was an Amtrak station right outside of it, and it was also where all of the metro came in, so you could actually just take the metro from the airport instead of having to flag down a cab or whatever. I mean, getting a cab from Springfield Airport to our hotel was dodgy sometimes. We ended up with a very, I don't know that it was a cab, to be honest.
Yeah.
It may have just been somebody with a minivan that was sitting out there and needed some cash.
Well, I'm here to pick up my daughter, but I'm not doing anything.
Right. I mean, I have no idea. They took us to the hotel. That's all that mattered. So, but just the options available to us are greater in St. Louis. And coming from California, I can tell you that it's way easier for us to get to St. Louis. Although now that I say that, we did drive. And that for the one and only year, which we will never, ever do again. It's a long ass drive.
I was so worried about you guys going home. So worried. I lost sleep. I'm like, please let them get home. Please let them get home.
We were so
long
tired.
drive. I have done that before. It is a long, long drive.
Yeah, it was a long drive. I mean, luckily at the time we still lived in Southern California. Now we live in Northern California, so it's an even longer drive. We did break it up. Obviously we slept, but it was a lot.
How big could California possibly be anyway?
Oh boy.
Yeah, honestly, it's smaller than Canada.
All right.
Can't take you more than 48 hours to cross it. Come on.
Going across it isn't hard. It's the up and down.
Geography lessons from Skepticon HQ. You heard it here first, people. It's harder to go this way than this way in California. All right, our next question from our audience is, did someone actually jump into the fountain at the hotel from the balcony? No.
What? That's just like some sort of urban legend, some rumor going around?
No one's... What?
It wasn't me.
No, it wasn't anybody because it didn't happen. No one jumped off a balcony into a fountain, which wow, what a rumor to start. But I think
did they yell, hold my beer first?
If they didn't, be a shame. But I know that someone was in, whenever we were at the John Q. Hammonds, where it was an atrium hotel, someone was naked in that all glass elevator. Like you do late at night when you're traipsing around. I don't know. But no one was in the fountain.
When you're high as balls. Just say high as balls.
On life.
On life. I remember that elevator. I remember being kind of afraid of using it because it was all glass. But I'm a nervous Nelly.
Yeah, I have to say, like, for the most part, our guests are pretty well behaved. Like, I don't really remember very many things happening at any hotel we've been at where it's been like, we have to apologize for anyone that we have at, like, they're here for Skepticon. I guess, like, the one year I can remember maybe the hotel being particularly on us about noise and being rambunctious was when the year that we shared the hotel with the sewing convention. Does anyone remember that? Okay, all right.
That must be before my time.
At one point, like, we were across the street from John Q at like that big, I can't even remember what it's called, convention center. Duh. Okay, and then the sewing convention was in the hotel, like in their meeting rooms. And at night, the skeptics would stay up and drink and talk in the atrium. And then apparently the sewing people wanted to sleep, and there were many new noise complaints because apparently skeptics have the gift of gab and loudness.
And drunkenness.
Also that. Drink responsibly. All right, well, there you go. Myth busted. No one in the fountain, but definitely a naked person in that elevator at some point. I don't remember who it was. I don't remember having a conversation with them. I just remember being told that it happened and to be like, tell your attendees to cool it. And I was like, got it. And then I never said anything to anyone because what are you gonna do? What is that announcement like? Hey everyone, I'm so glad you're here for Skepticon. There was a nude person in the elevator. I just want to remind you that public areas are not for your private areas, okay? Thank you, good night. Like, I did not make that announcement. I did not feel like it was necessary.
How do you know it wasn't a sewer anyway?
Pretty much.
Those rambunctious, knitting grannies. I don't know.
God, maybe it was the same year. I don't know. Anyway, the next thing I want to discuss are the themes for each year. I want everyone to tell me their thoughts, hopes, wishes about themes, what the theme for next year should be like. And I want to tell everyone who's watching, like, we have a theme for every year because we love a theme. Like this year, Skepticon the 13th, it started on Friday the 13th, spooky, superstition. It makes organizing more fun and then like gives us something to work around when it comes to like topics and whatnot. So yeah, I want to hear about people's favorite themes they're thinking about for the future, whatever. What you thought the worst theme was, hit me. I'm open. I want to hear it.
I will say that not only was it Friday the 13th, Skepticon the 13th, it was also supposed to be on a legit 13th floor. James had found us a hotel that had a 13th floor. They didn't shy away from it. And we were both so pumped. Damn the pandemic.
I'm sad that we didn't get to use the 13th floor.
I mean, we did, but it was for Skepticon 11. Not nearly as powerful and demonly, I guess. The theme also helps with all of the decor and the programs and the prom theme and the banners and the badges and everything, just all the artwork that we get done. And I love it. I love having a theme just because otherwise it's just going to be, prom is just going to be like, oh, look, it's our prom again, just now we're all fancy. But instead we get to have things like we had space one year. And what have we done? Okay, so Skepticon 7 was space. Skepticon 8 was skate and like 80s. Skepticon 9 was SK9, so it was puppies, and SK9 lives, so it was cats, so like puppies and kitties and dinosaurs all doing their thing together. Skepticon 10 was robots and computers, because ones and zeros being the binary. Skepticon 11 was magic, and that's because when you turn 11 you get your Hogwarts letter. Skepticon 12 was supposed to be superheroes. I mean, we did have a superhero type of thing going on, but we didn't all get to do our cosplay and stuff like that. And then, of course, Skepticon 13 is the superstition, just in case anybody needed reminding of what your favorites are.
Yeah, there's the rundown of the themes, people. I mean, Rebecca, we should really probably write that down somewhere, or maybe not. Whatever. All right.
I bet you there's probably a wiki out there somewhere that already has it.
I haven't seen anything. And every year we get people going, "There's a theme? Really?" We're like, "Yes, every year."
Which I frankly find a little bit insulting. I'm like, you don't know there's a theme.
I know. You didn't read my 70 blog posts. I mean, so I'm wearing the Skepticon 7 space theme shirt, and James is wearing the Skepticon 8 skates theme shirt.
I like both of those shirts. Those designs are excellent.
I have an announcement about them, but that will come in a little bit.
Teaser for the future.
So since I get to do so much with the theme, and I have so many different parts of it in the prom, I have to say that my favorite centerpiece build was for 10, and it was the robots controlled by dinosaurs. We had so much fun collecting crap. I mean, it was found items. I mean, I hit up, thrift stores and the chef store and garage sales, and then we built things, and they were just so much fun. And people loved them a lot.
I loved my giant robot that you hated.
Your robot was a little bit of found stuff and then a whole bunch of glue.
Like 90% of it was glue
with some circuitry in it, Jason. I appreciate the commitment to using glue. Love hot glue, but
he was my child, and how dare you?
I dare. Yeah. I have 2 art degrees. I will anything. Criticize. These eyes, trained as fuck. Coming for all your art. See this art in the background? I'm not messing around. Okay, I have a question. I guess it's specifically for James. I'm calling you out. Are there really mini dinosaurs hiding all over the Springfield Oasis Hotel?
Yeah, this is a fact. I definitely hid a bunch of small plastic dinosaurs all over the conference center and all throughout the hotel. Now, I know that at least a couple of them got found and disposed of at some point. They were missing the next year. But we did find a few of them still around. I know that there is one last we saw back behind one of the pictures in the headquarters room. Hopefully they'll be there for a good long time.
There was one near an ice machine. Was that one still there the next year?
I didn't actually look at that one. That wasn't near. It was near the ice machine, but it was above it on top of the ceiling tile, and I didn't want to dig back into there. But the one behind the picture was there. The one under the stairways was gone, and the one in the planter in the center of the convention center was gone.
I'm guessing the rest, they've probably disappeared by now.
Oh, I don't know. There were ones that I hid pretty well, I think. There might be one still on top of the exit sign in the Sahara room up where we were having lunch.
Nice.
And there was one in the I don't know if you've gone through it, but kind of that maze of hallway, the shortcut from the third floor down past the exercise center. There's one in there as well.
I do kind of miss the Oasis, I have to say.
In some ways, their AV system was pretty nice.
I know I missed that bar.
Fire and Ice is a pretty damn good bar.
It was awesome. I will never forget the time Justin and I were watching football, of course, because that's what we did. Him being a Broncos fan and me being a Cowboys fan. And I screamed at the top of my lungs, and everybody in the bar stopped and turned around, looked at us, and we're like, it's okay. It'll be all right. It's just football.
It's just a football-related emergency. Some folks in chat have offered some theme suggestions. Like PZ has suggested spiders.
There would have been spiders this year. Not a lot, but there would have been some.
If we'd gone back to Skepticon 8, maybe we could tie that in.
Which year had a bunch of Game Boy NES covers stuff?
That was 8. That was the 80s. Yeah.
Okay.
So the centerpieces were all video game related. So I had me and my awful graphics. It was so funny because so there's like 10 big tables, and the big tables are the ones that get the special centerpieces. And so I had made 8. I'm an accountant. I am not a graphics artist by any stretch. And so me and my awful graphics on GIMP. Is that what I was using? Sounds about right. Anyway, I made 8 of them. And then I got to Springfield and was like, I don't have enough time or energy. Oh my God. And I got Valentino Zamaripa to help me. And you can 100% tell which ones he did and which ones I did, because there was like a vast difference in quality. I did things like Dinoroids. He did the Final Fantasy one. But my favorite one that year was I did a Legend of Lauren, and it's dangerous out there. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this, and it was like some sort of like skeptical book. I can't remember what book I used as my little booky thing, but I had a good time doing those centerpieces. It was fun. I still have all of the files, so like if anybody wants something, I can print it out for you.
You know, the worst part about that is that the Legend of Lauren wouldn't be starred by Lauren. It would be somebody completely different.
Yeah, I know. It would, it's Lauren would be the one who's, trapped in the castle waiting for her rescuer.
Waiting for some twee elf.
Yes.
I like that. I would like to be in the castle, but also saving myself from the castle, because I'm a strong, independent dinosaur who don't need no rescuing. This got off track.
Yeah.
Especially not from an 8-year-old who has an obsession with destroying pots.
Yeah, no thanks. So what's the theme for next year? 14 is, I know we, like, one time we sat down and we had planned like 2 decades of themes, and then we never wrote it down because why would we do that? And I don't remember what 14 would be.
My suggestion for 14 is that we have a superhero redo, just because everybody got so excited when we announced the superhero themes, because everybody wanted to cosplay like no other. And since nobody got to do their cosplay stuff for Skepticon 11, I say we do a redo. Or whatever year we finally get back in person, even if that's like Skepticon 18, whatever.
I guess that leads me to the next question that was like, when is it going to be in person again? And I think the only answer to that is like when it's safe, which it's not yet. So maybe next year, maybe not next year. We'll see.
Depends on whether or not this country gets its shit together and stops running around maskless because freedom.
And specifically Missouri.
Yep.
Sigh. Goodness gracious.
We got the lambda and the epsilon variants. Delta has pretty much taken over. COVID's going to be around at least another year. We can safely say at least another year.
Okay, Jason. We're trying to keep it light, my dude. Any hoozle, geez. Guys, I got a question. Why do we have dinosaurs as a mascot? Where did that come from? Does anyone know?
I think you're the only one with that answer.
I was really hoping someone would know because I don't really remember. I think we
You
decided
didn't have
we
dinosaurs the first couple of years, though. What was the first year you put in dinosaurs?
Exactly. We're relying on my poor addled brain to remember. I want to say the first year we didn't have a theme, or we didn't even call it Skepticon. I don't think we called it Skepticon until maybe the second year, because then I think we knew that we needed to like do some branding, even though we didn't really know it was branding. I don't know. I think we just decided it would be cool and we did it. And that's most of the way we organize. I think as a nonprofit is like, this would be cool. We're just going to do it. Much like we have a prom because someone was like, hey, we should have a prom. And we said, yeah, that sounds good. We'll do that. Like, we're very flexible and very into trying things. I guess dinosaurs just became a thing. Oh, you know what? It might have been just because of like creationists and whether or not they thought dinosaurs lived at the same time as humans did. So they were kind of like religiously affiliated.
This coming off of around the same time Peasy was getting conservatives big mad at him because he did a buck and bronco on one of Ken Ham's Creationist Museum dinosaurs. Ride 'em dinosaurs.
That museum it's a trip. I have you been? I went and like the first thing is they take your picture at a green screen. You're like, oh my God. And then they put in a giant dinosaur like with you.
Oh my God.
I took so many pictures because it was bananas. Absolutely bananas.
Well, I can tell you that Skepticon 5 had dinosaurs. I don't know. I'm kind of filtering back through the blog really quick because James had done some blog posts where he had pulled, like for the graphic, he had pulled together a bunch of the art from prior years. Somehow he had dug it up. But like I know Skepticon 2 did not have dinosaurs, at least not on the shirt. It had just words. For some reason, I remember that. It was like white with words going in like different directions. Like, don't you have all of these shirts?
Skepticon 3.
There you go.
Unbuckling the Bible belt.
That was the one where you guys did the kitty cat billboard.
Yeah, and then I think this might be. But I've got this one. I think this is maybe Skepticon 2.
No, I think that was on 4.
Yeah.
No jackalopes. What the hell?
Mean, that's like my favorite one, I think.
Really?
Outside the space dinosaur one, I really like the one that has all things that you don't believe in.
I just, we maybe should have done better jobs like being historians of our own like stuff, but I don't think anyone thought that this would last this long, and now that it has, we're just kind of like, oh, right.
Well, we've got our Google Drive that I'm looking at it. I know that it goes back to Skepticon 7 because that's what I access to. Do you have the says Skepticon 2. I don't know what's in it.
Wow, I didn't understand a word you just said.
My computer is not that good. Can't do multiple things at once. It does because I have a crappy computer. I'm sorry. I tried to open. I am I okay now?
You're
yeah,
okay
if you want to
now.
repeat what you said, because we didn't hear any of it.
Okay, well, it's because I had the nerve to open my Google Drive while I was trying to stream. So anyway, so we've got a Google Drive that we use, and there is a Skepticon 2 folder, and it does say shirts. It says MSUFSM shirts, which is Missouri State University Flying Spaghetti Monster shirts. So we have some sort of something about it. It's an Excel file, so it's probably just a like, here's how many we ordered and here's how many were sold file. There's no graphics, but I mean, we do have history. We do have this giant drive that has a whole bunch of stuff in it, and then I'm sure we all have in our own personal drives. We've got our own files that are floating around. I know Lauren and I have all sorts of stuff that so much we just like, I need to file my stuff so badly right now, but someday when we have extra time, we'll go through and we'll make some sort of history something. I don't know, there's Wikipedia. Somebody already did it for us.
Do some digital archaeology through our really old spreadsheets of, oh well, I guess somebody bought a t-shirt once.
I mean, honestly, I was
do actual archaeology.
Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, yes. We have gotten rid of all the old, like a lot of the old stuff, but not enough of the old stuff.
Yeah, having merch is fun, but also you got to put it somewhere when you're not having a 3-day convention, turns out.
Turns out you don't live in a warehouse. Who knew?
Go figure.
I would like to thank the members of the Dino Club, who are the ones who donate to us monthly, anywhere from $5 to $50. You are the ones who pay for our website to keep going, and for the storage facility that we have to rent for all of the merch and supplies that we keep on hand. I mean, honestly, Dino Club is the reason why we can keep going a lot of times. It's the reason why our bills can get paid. We don't have a lot of bills in the off season, when we're not doing the actual con or planning for the actual con, but we do have expenses. And so I want to say thank you to those Dino Club members.
Yes, thank you very much for keeping our lights on.
Yeah, thank you to Dino Club members and literally anyone who donates to Skepticon. It's always flattering that people like and support what we're doing here, and so we just keep going. The feelings are very mutual, and we want to hang out for many years to come. So we appreciate any and all donations.
And speaking of that, or rolling off of that, I have the announcement that we have started an Etsy shop. It's called Skeptishop. I will be making a post about it tonight, and then we'll repost about it again on Monday. It will have current merch, so like all of our Skepticon 13 stuff is already up there. And then I'm going to be going back and putting in the graphics for all of the old merch. So if you really like this space shirt, and much like mine, it does not fit very well anymore, or you didn't like the color, I'm going to be putting up lots of different options of colors and sizes as much as I can. They have expanded sizes that we didn't have, up to 5X. And if anybody wants something special, like if you want this design on a mug, all you have to do is contact me at Rebecca@skepticon.org, and I can make a special file for you. Hopefully I won't get, like 17,000 of those requests, but it exists. Well, hopefully we do. I'll make all the time in the world for all you all. If you want all the merch with all the dinosaurs on it, But all of that money, and also on our Etsy shop, will be artsy, craftsy things that our lovely friends of Skepticon have made. So I've done artsy, craftsy things. There's a bunch of stuff from Lauren, Monette. Some friends of mine have donated stuff to us. And if anybody would ever want to do that kind of thing, where you make something and then donate it to us that we can sell to support Skepticon, that would be fantastic. And again, you can contact me at rebecca@skepticon.org, REBECCA.
Honestly, anytime you want to drop us a line, info@skepticon.org. I like reading what people have to say. Feedback for this year, feedback for future years, death threats. I mean, why not? Bring it on.
You don't need to invite the death threats. They'll come by themselves.
I've never gotten one, although I did get one person telling me that I was going to hell, which I was like, yeah, duh.
Oh, we've gotten more than one, Lauren. You've responded to many in my time, so.
I do miss the comment box. It's too bad that we don't have a virtual comment box.
That's just literally an email address. If they can't figure out to use the email address that way. I'm sorry. I have precious little patience for. I don't want to rebuild email in a website form just so that people can have a comment box.
Any hoozle. The comment
Salty
box
tech guy.
fun.
Sorry.
We would read them all the comments on Sunday evenings after the cons, like together, just like decompressing as a team and read through the comments and think about like what went well, what didn't go so well, what we wanted to do better or differently in the future. It was a good time. It was really cathartic to be like, we did this right, or yeah, we messed that up, and we will do better next time.
I remember the years that we had conflicting people commenting there's too much skepticism about religion, or there's too little skepticism about religion, or why do you keep talking about MRAs? Why is feminism getting a free pass? The comments that really make us want to shave the burrs off of our presentation and make sure that it's impossible for one of these misogynist assholes to want to stay there for any length of time.
I will say the comment box has been like humbling and enlightening in that not everyone's going to be happy with what you do. And you just got to try your best. And really, that sounds like such a cliche, like a fucking cat poster, but like, it's so true. You just got to do what you can and hope for the best. And it's pretty obvious when we have troll-like comments that are like, why is there so much feminism on the thing this year? It's like, well, because it's important. What else do you want?
I mean, there was only just a nationalist uprising of angry incels that put a Nazi into the White House. So why isn't there more feminism?
Well, okay. Man, if only we had started Skepticon like a decade earlier, we could have avoided all of that, right? No.
Skepticon could have prevented the rise of Donald Trump.
I doubt it.
Too bad Lauren was like 8.
A wee babe. And I was a very shy child, so there was no freaking way I was going to get on stage or do anything or talk to anybody. So like I had to mature like a fine wine and then get real loud and annoyed. Mm-hmm.
And learn how to do clappy push-ups.
I was going to say, at 8, your clap push-ups weren't so great.
No. I can't say as an 8-year-old I was really into doing push-ups, much less clappy push-ups.
I wanted to say about the comments box was that people would put in requests for who they wanted to see, which was always great. We always got some really good suggestions, and they definitely were asked, implemented, whatever. But the great ones were always like, why don't you have this big name celebrity? And we're like, if only we had a budget. A budget, we always joke every year, what's the budget for that? It's 0. Because every dollar that we spend on this conference is fundraised. We do not charge for anything. Skepticon 11 was the very first time that we charged for anything, and that was just a requested donation for the comedy show. And that's because we got sued and we had legal bills we had to pay. But otherwise, we've talked about this. This will always be a free con. There will never be a pay to play. Everything is donation. So if you want to see somebody like, not this particular person, but somebody of the caliber of like Neil deGrasse Tyson, celebrity-wise, you're going to have to come up with the fundraising to bring that person in, because we have a really it's difficult for us to fundraise. It's really difficult for us to do.
Well, yeah, bigger names have like bigger dollar signs attached to them, but I would say that like we've carved out a niche where we just don't want Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, he's been at so many cons, he's said what he wants to say. Like, I am gonna say it now, I'm a little bored, I don't want to hear from him anymore. There's other people we can hear from that have just as good, if not better, ideas, who like are willing to hang out with a bunch of weirdos in Missouri who love science and dinosaurs. So like, yeah, it'd be nice if we could have a big name, but like that's a lot of budget and whatnot, and we got to do what we can with what we got. And I think, I mean, I'm pretty proud of what we've been able to do year after year.
I've been super proud. I think that it's been really fantastic. And I remember the first year that we did not have PZ speak as on the main stage, he was really proud of us. And I felt like that was, personally, I felt like that was Dad being proud of what we've done. And he was
so nervous he was going to be mad. And he was so excited that he could just come and hang out. And I was like, should have fired you sooner. Damn.
Yes, it would be great to have a big name, only because of, we want to grow our audience, but that's not even really the goal for us, right? The real big goal for us is that we want to have the camaraderie, and we want to have the comfort levels that we have, and we want our stage to be for people who have something really great to say, who wouldn't necessarily get the stage, right? So those big name people, they're going to have the stage no matter what, somewhere.
Why would we pay the 5-figure honorarium of big name X when we could use that money to actually help people get to the venue, get fed? Uh-oh.
Well, all right. We only have a couple minutes
Rebecca's
left,
computer
so
just
let's
died.
wrap it up. Final thoughts. My final thought is that the Skepticon community has been a very large part of my life. I started it when I was 21. I'm 35 now, and you all have touched me and made me, the person you've you've helped form this human. I am a monster of your own creation. So if you're upset about it, look in the mirror. And anyway, I miss all of you, and I hope we can be in person soon.
You mean to tell me that I'm to blame for you?
Too late.
There's enough to blame, here. I don't want
to. Jason, final thoughts for the people. Tell us, what's up?
I don't know. I like stuff.
Great. All right, Lois, final thoughts.
Love you guys. Can't wait to see you all.
I can't wait to see you too. I miss you.
James, Rebecca, what you got?
Definitely shoot us a line at info@skepticon.org if you have any theme ideas. Shoot us a line at info.org if you have any theme ideas or any comments or suggestions for anything in the future, because we definitely do love to hear them. And we don't have the comment box going right now, so our email is going to have to be it. But you all of our audience, our demographic, our attendees, our friends, you guys are all wonderful, and you make Skepticon possible. If it weren't for you